phase that out now. And then we go, bam, game audio, which isn't actually playing at the moment, haha. Sad. Anywho, let us continue. The last time we were here, I believe we'd just been introduced to Mateon's power. She's not a very confident speaker normally, but she can, like, I think through like some weird psychic connection and emotion, she can like convey what she's wanting to say. Like, she's not specifically speaking, but like sending over emotions lets her be like, yes, this is what I'm wanting to say, and you can understand me because that's how brains work, ha ha ha. And yeah, we've met our new old friend, Emma Selk, who really doesn't like us at all, and Hermes. Well, let's get started again, shall we? If everyone is ready, then there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall need to return to the spot where we found the wayward Ambystormer. Have care when you step outside the hub, but there may be more unruly creatures about. We've got the my brain's dying. Chat box. We've got the chat logs hidden as per usual, but it's even better at the moment because people might be discussing the new Alliance Red. Speaking of Alliance Reds, once, I don't know why I didn't mount up. Once we are caught up with the story, which will be like probably 50 odd quests, we shall... Yeah, no worries, I did spare. Hope you have a good day at work. Yeah, but once we're all caught up with the story, we shall drop back and look at raids. We've already done the Around Reborn Alliance raids, but we'll drop back to like Heaven's Ward Alliance raids and Stormblood, unfortunately, Alliance raids. And we'll do the Shadowbringers ones, and then we'll move on to the Endwalker ones. This here is a new species of Petaluda, we recently set loose. Petaluda? I'm not entirely sure. It's been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. We can see an observation period to the end without issue. We shall release it onto the world. Tell me, you know the difference between living beings and arcane entities? It's the presence of a soul, yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation. It is hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. So they would perceive us as an actual being and not an arcane entity, because they've mentioned that we've got like... Well, they've mentioned the colour of our soul multiple times here. Ah yes, lightning pneuma, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it is, in fact, a magical device. By manipulating the balance of the elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereupon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an infernal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the pneuma here to replenish their ether. Piers Mateo is busy. You care to assist me in her stead and feed the pneuma? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Oh, we just zap it there, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. Perfectly done, Cynthia. Look. See how they gather to feed? They express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristics of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Soulless arcane entities such as a pneuma, or an ephemeral life form such as a Petluda, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. Tale of a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but ultimately falls to the bureau of the architect and pass judgment. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hythlodaeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But to me, it doesn't matter. It's herself, and that's all I need to know. Oh, didn't mean to click there. Didn't mean to click there. Oh no. Hold on a sec, I need to click the clip thing and then we can go back and see what she said. I need to make sure it was muted, because if it's not muted then I'll hear my voice. Right, so measure, turns around. Oh no, Mateo, you're not. Oh, it feels bad. It's like, oh, you finished already? Sorry, in the way. You weren't in the way, my friend, you weren't in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we will head east to the morning dew. I need to speak with some observers, though. Yeah, I could have sworn that I put the music up. I guess I need to up the master volume for that. I will bump ambient volume down. Oh god, that is far too loud. I'm an idiot. I said to head east and I headed west. I'll just make sure that that's not too loud. That is far too loud. Oh, Jesus Christ, I apologise for that. System config, down a bit more. Sorry about that. I changed something on my headphones, so now they don't actually block as much outside noise. But it also means that I don't get as much inside noise, if that makes sense.
Amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects. So, how are we coming along?
Did I even get a voice?
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis. Entelekis. Like me.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms. Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby. Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions. In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. Well, it has no will of its own. It is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy. Dynamis, we call it. And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Entelekis.
That's me! That's me! An Enteleki!
Oh.
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait, a form of energy other than ether? Dynamis? I've never heard of such a thing.
Hardly surprising, Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Meteon?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether. So much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. 'Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river... Not that I have such grand ambitions. Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
That being Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So... are we the same? Entelecchies.
Not quite. It's because I didn't do a proper job. Well, I've been able to transcend my limits with nothing but determination.
That sounds more akin to the desperate flailings of a wild beast when facing imminent death.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You do well not to underestimate it. Oh dear, I'd forgotten about the poor fellow. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
I don't think I myself could have appreciated my little dig in there if I was chosen. Oh, I did love that one. Ooh, new pens. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it, even if we knew. But it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy that no one told me. Like personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive. Given there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial, it would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. Still can't understand his hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why Emmet Selk was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. It began when... Not another word. As you've forgotten, we're here to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. Alright. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Amplos to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is released onto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well, the Charybdis. Or Charybdis. That is what we shall turn to next. You would follow me, my friends? I shall return to the main aisle and head to the north. Just need to quickly check on something. Alright, sorted. There's other weird things. Alright. What about that? Let's get back to it, shall we? Curious as to what this Charybdis thing would be. Little bird. Probably not. Oh! It's these things. I mean, they must have done well enough, because I've definitely seen things like those. I understand there is a problem with one of the Charybdis. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charybdis is based on a sea creature. Owing to adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. The specimens created would, in the concept, could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning strongly towards water. Its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind diminished and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we cannot get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such a change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable, flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creatures and recommend the Bureau that the concept be revised. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, Charybdis would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. It is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it, helping it to manipulate the wind until it finds its wings. What? You needn't go to such lengths. No. Of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of ether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form, and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running about robeless, shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that when transformed I can leave the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selk, may I trouble you to move that Charybdis away from its fellows, so we're out of sight. Looks down at him. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief is beaming now? No mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to our colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So, have a little faith in anyone. I trust you don't mind. Emmett Silk is out of sight. Good. Let's speak of a plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Silk train the Charybdis. Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see either currents. With his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. While he is able to, while he is capable of all you described, but his duty, and loath to trouble him with it. Don't be, as I mentioned. It would be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. I want you to go to Emmett Silk and tell him you have a favour to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is unflagging persistence. Off you go now, and good luck. I'll go to that. Pick up an stride above uncles. I think I should go like that.
High I stand, gazing down to see.
So, I've come to make a bargain. I have a follower to ask. Before we do that, though, oh, it's not follower, it is follower. Before we do that, though, see what he says normally. Well, are your preparations for the scheme? It's clearly not a scheme complete. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh, I don't know what Hathlodeus is up to. I will not be made to know. I will not be made to know. I refuse. Hathlodeus is to be believed. Relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emmett Silk. Please, Emmett Silk. Wait, what did I type wrong? Oh, that's what I typed wrong. Right, we go back to the S and we do that as a capital. I forget that it's case sensitive.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I'm given to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emmett Silk. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emmett Silk. Please.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Yes.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Sounds good, Days. Sounds good.
You were wondering why Emmett Selk joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether. But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even, quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so.
Ooh.
What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it? Emmett Selk has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them. Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand. Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault.
He's a good boy, though.
He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emmett Selk to no end. But much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents.
So that's as a movie.
And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Oh, look at it.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine here on. Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
Alright, we should sash wave over here then. Sash wave. You can come down now, Emmett Selk. Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selk notices you. Begins to descend with the Charybdis. I have no words to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, the Charybdis has learned to fly. And Sam today and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. Creature needed some small assistance at first, but it was soon flying more or less on its own. I doubt you will need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. Witnesses all from afar. The Charybdis flies. Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charybdis is a herd animal. You may need to aid their struggling kin in like fashion, and if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If this is what you want. But if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way we could guarantee the abnormalities such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We'll spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. Emmys? I'm fine, don't worry. Well, that concludes all of my present tasks. Let's return to the Anagorasis. That is right. Anagnorosis. There we go for now. It's from this quest I got the pants. To apologise for forcing me to help you, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. You merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with the impediment to our business. If I remember correctly, I didn't really like the onset from this place. I do not like those pants, I can tell you that. I do not like those pants at all. Jesus. Tell me, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis seemed promising. Dynamis, you say? Here is such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The Lycaon. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did it release one for observation than it set one nearby. Eupetes slaughtering them. Was the creature hungry? Or somehow provoked? I just fed it myself, and the Eupetes were in a white birth. It is the nature of the Lycaon that is to blame. Their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it's an outstanding creation, perfect in form and function. though it may not be suited for release. I've no doubt the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Here's a scene of the incident. Just off the path to the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on your left. I don't know if Doros is still there. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. I don't know why he's looking at me for confirmation. I highly doubt him itself would look to me for confirmation.
High I stand, gazing down
Hold on a second.
to see
That's a new site. I get part of Ether current for that. Those look pretty cool. Lacerations and burns are unmistakable. The Lycaon was indeed responsible. But the creature is nowhere to be seen. Doros must have taken it away. Man makes his base at the 12 Wonders. I shall go and seek him out there. Him and Salk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make sure the Lycaon didn't escape. My thanks. Let's meet at the 12 Wonders when you are finished. Now go ahead. Base full of sanctity. Oh, come. It's just over the path, over the bridge. Down the path of the bridge. What is this here? Oh no, it's off to my left. Maybe it's just up for the see-through. Butterfly kisses of death. Gripped. Alright, leave me alone, Grips. Thank you. Then the tail. There it is! The 12 Wonders! Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. It's a man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know him when I see him. And that's just basically, don't need this person with you. Otherwise you cannot progress in your quest. Ooh. Winged horses. Right, dark-haired man, blonde-haired woman. We'll attune to this, and then we shall go seek them out. Who are you? Blonde-haired man. You might be who we're looking for. Doros! It's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Mateon, what brings you here? Hermes were looking for ye. Ah, I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycaons, I believe. Where are they now? out in the fields and restraints. Frenzied as they were, I will return them to Ctisis. Once I've submitted my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. It is as he says. The beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14. What brings you here? Nothing you need concern yourself with, as you are. We've heard the news that a Lycaon slaughtered Occupites. The observer in charge. You are of the opinion that they are not fit to be released? Aye, I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. Matters not where they are released. Lycaons would threaten the species and upset the natural order. Could it be that the specimens observed are an outlier? Highly unlikely. We've created a good many of them. All exhibit the same tendencies. Even when we used Kairos to begin a fresh slate, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos? A memory reconfiguration system. The Chief himself created it. It allows us to erase or alter memories that we may observe creations in different environmental conditions without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive, and potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of the etheric emissions, Ashtaro may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within prescribed limits, and to prevent misuse, its applications are limited to only authorized Its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate the subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it is still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief, let's not be so melodramatic. What is born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied without the aid of Kairos, we remake it. If a creation is deemed a detrimental existence, we unmake it. It's all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things. I do. I would never unleash a clear, undeniable threat into the world. Yet, insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it's all the Lycaons have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to them owe it to these beings to exhaust all options to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. You insist. Let me provide you with a full report. You take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emet-Selk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Great, show them to the meeting room. You can tell that she can sense just how bad he's feeling about, potentially having to take them out. To man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. New shoes! Okay, I like the shoes. I'm guessing maybe the top would look better if it had these bits with it, but because it didn't have these bits with it, it looked a bit weird. Yeah, well. Grammar, remove. Well, it looks better with the appropriate pants and stuff. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Mateo, are you feeling unwell? Not me, Hermes, it's you. I won't go to the meeting, I'll stay with Sam today. Well, if I am to impose, may I leave Mateo in your care again? I mean, you're dead. If you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something? The meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most. All the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, or beautiful, or strong, or better in some way. But flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions. What we feel, what we want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. And I want you to search with me. Let's start there, at the 12 Wonders. Over this way. Vibrant purple flowers bigger than your hands are on the trees. Ooh, so big and bright. I love them. Well, they might be too bright. You have to think of the recipient. That's what Hermes said. How do I click on this slender tree? A slender tree rises before you. You crane your neck to look at the flowers. No flowers. If they were apples, we could have covered them in syrup. Say outside next. Don't worry, we won't wander far. Array of beautiful flowers grow in the bed. Their mix of colours forming a pattern. These would be better for Hermes, but they're hedged in. That means we shouldn't touch them. They're either under observation or poisonous. The other places should be fine though. Let's keep looking. But they're all edged in. Let's just sneak around this way. Familiar plan. Set on tall, thin stalk, elder-shaped flowers mesmerizing in its undulations. Ooh, a cnayon, a flower that can move. And Hermes wasn't looking, it shot seeds at him. Not a good gift, maybe. But you're good at spotting flowers. We'll find something soon. Please don't make me go over to that. I don't want to go over to that. I spy nothing promising nearby. At best, common-looking grasses with a few tiny flowers. Nothing around here. Ah! Over there! Something big, huge! Terrible stench, reminiscent of sodden old boots, pervades the air. Without doubt, the culprit is the marble-sized creature, marble-like creature before you. It's an Adonis. The things around its mouth look like petals, but the flowers are orbs on its head. When Hermes inspected it, it swallowed him up. He didn't leave his room for days. What do you think? Did he like it? Probably not a good sort of memory. So this is not one either. Finding a good flower. It's harder than I thought. I'm sorry, could we search a little more? Maybe as far as the fields over there. I'll pick something after that, I promise. Don't you worry, Mateon. Don't you worry. More than happy to help you find flowers. Lush green fields stretch out before you, ending where the sky begins. Oh, there's nothing. The shiny thing over there, what could it be? Is this going to be another Elpis? Shiny object. Oh no. Shiny thing. Sorry, a booklet just dropped. They are Elpis. I was correct with my guess. Ooh, Elpis flowers, they're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them all at the same time. Like me, they're Entelechy's. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes though. For others, they're always bright, white and bright. Really? The flower was dark in your home? Then did you have it too? A dark emotion? I dare say I have a few. You don't have to say it. I can feel something. It's something you want to hide. Won't you lend it to me? The darkness inside you? I want you to make the flower dark in front of Hermes. He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't alone. They're alone. But others are sad too. Really? You'll do it? Thank you, thank you. It means more to me than I can say. Can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. Seems they're still talking. Let's wait until they're finished. Wow, they were talking for a long time.
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
I'm just going to be muting my microphone in these voiced cutscenes, just so you don't have to hear the clicking between every line.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Mission has shared much with you.
Little feathered friend.
May we talk a moment?
That hedgehog is really cute.
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will. And when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain. But they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear. And it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering. Confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Not amiss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this? Aberration! Then I wonder, am I...
Oop. Did not mean to skip that, I apologise.
Now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. I won't ask what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteon's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort. To so willingly lend an ear to ease my burden. You are a strange one. The stars in the heavens. Know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after... To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of Dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
Now. Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten. In concept endure. To reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again, if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
High I stand, gazing down to see.
I present to you Kalamelios Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos. Right then. Let's begin by... Well, well, an Arrhaeus. How delightful.
And what, pray tell, is that?
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end, I couldn't deny their passion. And here we are.
That was too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Banar, that we should meet you here.
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work. Vanar is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well. Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number. A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is he, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are? I say, have you perchance come from the future? I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether. Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection. I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting. I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, that you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos. We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
Why don't you start from the beginning? Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Hydaelyn? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future whence he came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True, true. I note also that Hydaelyn did not specify a point in time to which he must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any. But we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Hydaelyn is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again. Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them. Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest. Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Scratch that, I shall not, because someone is in the bathroom. Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the Chief Overseer of Elpis. The man himself, I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back on the tried and true method of conversing with locals. The observers who live here can surely tell us more about Hermes and the town. And I have a good idea of where to begin. Nice. That door. That door. The one with the lights. Ah, Mender. Perfect. My stuff doesn't even need repairing. Okay, cool. See the woman standing in front of yonder building. Her name is Ismene. She's the one who made the arrangement for my stay in Elpis. And from what I recall, she's held her position here for quite some time. Chances are she could provide us with some insights. Don't ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Hello. Questions for me? Well, I suppose I have no other pressing matters at the moment. Can't be skipped? Okay. Begin asking questions. Yes. I forgot to actually, Oh, I made an error. I forgot to actually, What a sausage. It could have been worse though. I could have forgot to unmute my microphone. Greetings, Ismene. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes and I was wondering if you might indulge him. Certainly, Mistress for now. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? What are Hermes' interests? His interests? Well, he's an authority on flying life forms, and has expansive knowledge of living creatures in general. Is that what you wish to know? How would you describe him as a person? As a colleague? He is a quiet man, reserved, you might say, and occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His reticent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. I hope that answers your questions. Was there anything else? How long has Mateon been here? I cannot really say. As the chief's personal creation, Mateon has not been subjected to an observation. I accidentally clicked again. I am a sausage. A special kind of sausage. Mateon has not been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there. And what do you make of her abilities? I understand that she's highly unusual familiar, able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies, I wish I could explain her nature in more depth, but I've had occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Do you trust him? I beg your pardon? I've known Chief Hermes for many years. Though I cannot say we are close, he has never withheld information to the detriment of our duties, if that's what you mean. Forgive us, we seem to have veered slightly off course here. Is there perhaps someone else who could tell us more about Mateon? That would be Timaeus. He has a similar expertise with flying concepts and more eager to discuss the subject. You'll find him conducting his observations on the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. We should keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. I think nothing of it. If there is aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, I think we've taken enough of Ismin's time. Our investigation is off to a fine start, wouldn't you agree? From here, I propose that we split up. I should continue making inquiries with the resident observers if you could track down the colleague Ismin mentioned. Although I felt compelled to take the reins of that previous conversation, your fearless style of interrogation will eventually lead you to the answers you seek. All I ask is that you watch your footing around the stream. We can meet back here once you've finished speaking with this Timaeus. It's a nice way of having us not have to speak with literally everyone. Oh, nice. That's the, it's the thing that I was meaning when I was like, these boys are here. They're here. Oh, there's Timaeus. Hail, Timaeus. Yes, I'm Timaeus. But please keep your voice down. You'll startle the birds. So, what did you wish to speak about? What do you think of Chief Hermes' flying creations? Chief Hermes' work? Clicked again, and I thought I was safe, but it skipped it a few seconds later. A worthy subject, of course. Those beings which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are a favourite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flood of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of the celestial realm. A bird that can climb, a Birds that climb so high they disappear from view. Others which traverse the boundless sky in moments, and all without riding the currents. I know of none save he who can conceive such marvels. Even we who prize elegance of form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. Matean too is a marvel then. My opinion on the matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Matean as a concept, I've never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise, her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes would choose to submit Matean's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Analysing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if he came to me, a fellow artisan looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Do you know of Dynamis and Entelechy? Dynamis and Entelechy? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Opus which exhibited properties of one or the other? It must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in interest? Why bring up the subject? I'm flattered that you saw my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. Now I really must return to my observations. Surely we have your own tasks to attend to. We must return to Vina. Yeah. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Back already? That was quick work. You were obviously clever enough to head off any of that rambling Ismene mentioned. So, any new findings to share? I see. Even an expert in the field had little understanding of Matean's capabilities, let alone an awareness of Dynamis. My questions resulted in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Matean as his personal project, and could provide no details provide those which you just told me. Which leads me to believe the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we've made some progress here, but more information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. At present, the strongest link we have to the final days is the power of Dynamis and the Entelechy which can control it. Yet, most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms. They can't study them in any depth. Except for Hermes, it seems. Thus, I am inclined to stay out of our current course. Oh, stay our current course, not stay out of. I can read. And learn all we can about the chief overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, was there aught else of note you can tell me about Matean? Aside from her unorthodox method of communication. She ancestors were created to journey the stars and search for intelligent life. I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So, these siblings of hers now travel the great expanse in search for deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unsolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue, which we should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perpetea Crystalline. Not far from here, just follow the path to the west. And yet you walk east. Actually, I suppose it makes sense you go east to get to the path, and then you follow the path down to the west. It makes it look like a camp. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they mentioned earlier that they all wore the exact same thing. Because looking different was like frowned upon or something. And she's just walking around in like white robes instead of black robes. When I don't care. This tower and the one further along are both parts of Perpetea Crystalline, the facility where they archive all of Elpis's observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces, which, while fascinating, is not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut my architectural lesson short and see what those two archivists have to share. If you can find someone to speak with over at the other tower, I shall join you there anon. Now I know it's inbound on after all. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. So if you could provide a more comprehensive log on those behaviours, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? The Chief Overseer's personal research project? And by that I assume you mean Mateo. Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Matean appeared, only that she now spends much of her time at Chief Hermes' side. Although I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galeen shared with me. Galeen's my partner and fellow researcher here in Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Matean heavensward, a host of them. For several days she would not speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she'd ever witnessed. That sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Fana, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you for all your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. As you say, my original plan was to leave after that task. I have become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Would you favour me with a retelling of this sight which so delighted your Galeen? Of course, or you could hear it from her lips directly if you prefer. At present, she should be observing a subject in Metabasos Thalasse. Let us enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. Imagine you must find similar joy indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanna. Even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. It is a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered from the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Zim. What would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed serve the basis for many techniques still used today. Man is a creature of contemplation. None embody that nature as much as enduring, with as much enduring passion as you. I dare say there isn't a soul alive with more worthy of a return. To rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be on it. Well, shall we take this opportunity to meet Galeen in person? Allow me to reconfigure the door to the archives here. I'll take you up to the Skyway, prepare you for, and spare you the need to avoid the hostile contents on the ground. Concepts on the ground, not contents. Hostile contempt. It'll be most helpful, thank you. I have opened the path to the Skyway. Once you pass through the door, simply walk straight across to the next tower. Ask for the admittance to the upper tier. Upon arrival at the upper tier, walk straight across the Skyway. You will find yourself at the entrance of Metabasius Thalassae. Galeen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Right, I'm gonna go see if the bathroom's free, because I really need a wee, so I shall be back. Sorry about that. We'll be back now. Remember to flick that back to the right screen. Unlike last time, where I forgot for a bit. I'm rather liking this place. Although, just to set my curiosity, before we actually continue down this way, I'm just curious about how many quests I've managed to do. It'll be 86 to 87, won't it? So from that one... Witness to the spectacle. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Cool. 8 quests so far. Mistress Fanar, just passing through. Allow me to prepare a path. If you need further assistance, there is always an observer or two on the upper skyway. Good job that we have Fanar with us. Looking down on that from above. Mistress Fanar! I was not told to expect. You have been prepared. We should have prepared an official welcome. Please, there's no need for fanfare. Well, I should speak with Galeen, if that might be arranged. Yes, Galeen, of course. I will inform her immediately. But she may be engaged in a testing phase. You could be in for something of a wait. Should I let her know your business is urgent? That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she is ready to receive us. It is a nice view. Quite lovely.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view. What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
What even said to that? I went cooking once. They were pretty cool. Oh, I went fishing on the boat. That was nice. I saw someone make a bench. There's one time I played Dark Souls and I crushed souls just like this.
Incredible! Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, It gives me heart.
That's nice. That's nice. Very good. Very good. Good, very nice.
Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word.
Oh,
As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity.
oh, the music in the background has cues from answers.
When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true. And a presence without, immense yet intimate, fate perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. As reassuring as it was intimidating, how keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Heck yeah. Without question.
Pray forgive my lateness. My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes, yes, I did. 'Twas in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone. Like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests. It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details. Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you.
Please.
So I'm thinking that they got sent out as a sort of like a... Well, they obviously got sent out to try and locate other planets that can, like, support life, then report back about what they are. I'm pretty sure after Zodiac got killed, I say got killed, when we left from Zodiac dying, I don't remember if it said like finally or like at last or something, but I think we may have one of the ones that got sent out like coming back from wherever it's gone. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. From what we've learned thus far, I think we can safely conclude that Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since we have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter more likely possible. Proceeding under that assumption, our next step should be to divine why, or even if, he might desire such a terrible fate for our star. See, if he does have a hand in the final days, which is looking like it's highly possible, I think it may have been an accident. Ooh, that is a nice helmet. Oh, I don't have a visor, that's sad. I rather hoping it'd be like a visor in this bit that came down. But that is a really nice looking set so far. I'd like to visit the site from which Hermes sent forth the Metea. We are fortunate we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Eileen said she spotted them southeast rising from the isle you could see from the edge. We stand at that same vantage point. It should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Let's take a look, shall we? So whereas I still need shoes. I know I've got everything. We actually do have everything. I think the only things that we can improve are stuff that we get from side quests. hole there. Nasty way to go. I think the main has one of those pretty sure I bought it from Golden Sauce. If I remember correctly, it was like 750k. So I remember I was saving up for the 1 million and then like got bored of waiting. And just like, I wish to buy this because I can afford this. A vantage point. Look out into the abyss. That's not an abyss. Alright. You be dramatic, will you? Now, if I were conducting some mystery research, where would I go? Ah, what about that one? It looks like there's something sat on there. Like, you got the tree here, but it looks like there's either bushes or something sat on there. Who the means to fly? It is quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. To me, Argos. My friend, would you mind creating a double to carry Sam to the here across to the other that island over there? Stubborn creature. There's no place on this great star if we have no. There is no place on this great star we have together travelled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos is rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, you're before meaning after. Not at all confusing then. Interesting. It is certainly not unthinkable. But speaking of the here and now, a quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. Demonstrate to him you are capable of holding your own against me in battle, and you should convince Argos that you are truly worthy of his back. Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, it will certainly be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. Let's see, traveller out of time. If this memory turns out to be bad, I'll do what I must. Choose your battlefield. Admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I will await you at the clearing over yonder. Argos is there just looking at me like, you've got the right amount of ether to be my dinner. I'm like, no. Just let me ride on your back. It would be so much simpler if you would just let me ride on your back. Just over the way, you know? Or other person on bird. I suppose that's fair. You'll begin. Be warned, I will not go easy on you. Bring it on!
Let neither side hold back.
blade sings!
Right. Oh, that was a run-in. That was a run-in. Never mind. Jesus. Yeah, no, I might do this one later. Circle of Brilliance. Okay, so that's just going to be moving in from the sides.
My blade sings!
Dive over, go behind. Hey, I managed to not get hit by
Impressive. I shall have to try something different. No quarter.
She swapped off the dancer. She has. She's power then, she's moved to dancer.
Have a taste.
This is fine. Oh, that's the right. Certainly an interesting attack plan. Look at that.
I see you won't be easily overcome, but neither will I.
Okay. So we're going to take a bunch of scrolls now. I don't know how far out those are going to extend. Okay, not disastrous.
Prepare yourself. So we're going to have to this one as soon as this one goes off. And yes, I did almost get myself smacked by that. We've only just begun. Come at me with your all.
Okay, so she's just going to alternate between those. I'm guessing it's the quote-unquote heroes one because the premise of this expansion was done with... pardon. Oh, I made it just in time. Circle of Brilliance.
My blade sings!
It looks really nice. No, she says that she's not holding back, because she said we need a cycle back. But I'm convinced that
Very
she is.
well. Let us move to the final trial.
There we go.
Dragoons travel faster, but they also have less health. We'll finish these ones off as quickly as we can. Coming back to these. Finish 14. Hopefully this won't be too bad.
Break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will!
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope. I have seen enough.
I was expecting to have to come back to that in easy.
'Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, his strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
I really do like the helmet. It's like, yeah, sure. Give us the attack. Jump on my back.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
Now, what confuses me is if we did in fact split the timeline off, so like this timeline potentially prevents the incoming calamity and the one that we're from doesn't. Argos here shouldn't have been as friendly with us on the moon, I don't think, which tells me that we didn't actually prevent anything this side. Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where Matea made their departure to the night sky. With luck, we'll learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us, rather than against us. Power upon your return. Let's move up to the edge before mounting, shall we? I will allow Argos to catch the current rising from below. Gives a smooth ride to the isle. I just wiggled it. Wiggle, wiggle. I'm going to need to go around here, gathering all the ether currents on. Here up. And it's worse because of multiple islands, which means that I'm going to have to really put in effort for this. Argos motions to his back with his muzzle. You've been given the go-ahead to hold on. Yes. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what's the name of that tree? No, something... Ah, Notophorion. Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Brace yourself for the landing. I don't want you to go tumbling off at the last moment. Neither would I, my friend. Neither would I.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before? So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you. Come and stand before me.
Oh, we're basically going to do a forced echo.
There are two ways to see the past. The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory.
That's
The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
That's one that we don't do.
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
That's right, I'm still gonna stare at you with my head.
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars. Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles. End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
Did
you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
The hell looks different.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. what others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
I've got a really bad feeling that
Whatever
this
intelligent
is
beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us.
the only planet that's sustained life so far will have been this one that they've been able to see.
Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
Utterly unlike... how?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No, I will think earnestly on them all, and I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place, not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet, learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples covered in syrup?
And how are you supposed to eat them? Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
So the question is, was Mateon staying here, or was Mateon also leaving to go to another planet? If Mateon was staying here...
So, what is your opinion?
I don't think he'd wish for the final days.
I'm inclined to agree.
I
As
think
we
if
had
anything, it would be
suspected,
an
the
accident.
two are somehow involved. Yet 'tis difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution. Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
This could also affect him differently, because we could be like, yeah, so basically this kind of situation happens in the future. There are a number of places where Hermes might be an Elpis. We could do worse than to look in Ctesis Hyboria, largest facility. It stands in Ethoseletikos Boreas in the Northern Isle. I wonder, an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world. We not question how they find room for them all on so few islands. The answer lies within Ctesis itself. I touched upon the practice before back at the archives. A vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of the facility. Its magically constructed environs. Is there, within those sprawling habitats, that the chief overseer, most of all observers, conduct the bulk of their work? Come, the simplest route is via Neas, north of Witten Oikos. Alright then. On we go. This is where we had our fight. The perks have been a long lost flower. Oh no. That's definitely based on the perks of being a wallflower. Not based on, it's a reference to it, that's what I mean. Academia student. And we'll just mute this whilst I spam click through this. There we go. Well, I'm going to drop this because I will forget otherwise. And if I remember, I'll try and get these sorted on Thursday. Back in a sec. There we go. Yeah, it just seems easy to tell if I'm sounds familiar. Double taxidermist. Taxonomist? I ain't never heard of no taxonomist before. This appears to be the teleport of the Nam I told you about. Motes of light yet hang in the air, suggesting the device was but recently activated. Oh, good. Neas acknowledged you as my guest. You should now have the authority to use it as you wish. As for the way to Ctesis Hyperborean, we follow this path and turn left at the crossroads. I was looking at chat and people in chat were like, my castle is so pretty! And I was not expecting to see that. Understandable, but yeah. Unexpected. Hello again, Vanilla. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. Head inside and ask after Hermes' whereabouts. Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hello. Furthermore, we've confirmed that his studies into Dynamis, as well as his creation of Mateon, are entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject. And neither did we hear tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbours no desire to bring about the bring down an apocalypse, and he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Selk. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hitherdays' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is the nature of the catalyst. As if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. What better fits that description than the invisible, intangible dynamis? Which in turn led us both to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume that he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, the Convocation does not tolerate the acts of deception or malice. We are practiced at perceiving truth, and would have known that had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end. Of that I am certain. Seems there is more to the tale after all. We conduct an investigation of our own, you see? And this is what we found out. This might get Hermes in trouble because he's like created things and sent them off. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. This time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Thank you for understanding. Save your thanks. I won't say I believed your ridiculous story, but as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. I think the time for leisurely exploration is past. If I might have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is, on the next tile over. Mateo is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study, but I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path. We can teleport to Misopsi's Euros from the device at the bottom of the slope. You see, I'm pretty sure I saw that this was a dungeon, but I'm not sure about what point that dungeon comes in. Oh, it's about 3 quests away. This appears to be the teleporter to Misopsi's Euros. And then Hitherdays. They're close by within Hungering Gardens. There'll be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Anthony, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, he would assume I was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. Of all of us present, you stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the creations in there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Anthony can handle them. He did survive a bout with a nerd after all. Off you go, find Hermes, but do be prepared to come into blows with the garden's denizens. Great. Wonderful. Is that a plant hydra? Made of Venus flytraps. Why are you gonna do this to me? What is that? That's the way it gotta be, and that's the way it gotta be. Oh! That is a model with many mirrors. So, not what anyone wants to see, really. So I've changed that so it actually just changes straight up to it, so I can move that across one. Right, I'm going to need to push forwards, I think. You know, when they said the Hungering Gardens, I was thinking maybe in a garden, not like a desert spot. Because this seems like it's running quite low on water. No, boy, brother! I'm guessing there's some sort of training for the boss that's to come in the dungeon. So I'm guessing we walk around for a bit and eventually it'll come up with a message that's like, oh, you spot them in the distance, and then the models are spawning. And now I'll just need to seek them out because I don't think I've actually seen where they could be. Which I suppose it makes sense for like a desert sort of treatment. A desert sort of environment, so you can test like how plants grow in the climates. So you get stuff like cacti, which don't really grow in grassy areas or much usually. In the more sandy places, given that the most of their function is to gather wait, most plants do that. Oh, my job is literally just search for Hermes in here. Actually, with these being like models, maybe you got eaten by one that was freeing by taking out one. This is probably just like you know, we've not had to kill an awful lot recently, so you know, go wild. Right, okay. Probably not anywhere near that. These things really are like vicious. I'm guessing maybe over this side. legitimately do not see any other place I could have been. That forced me to fight lots more. There he is. What are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hithlodaeus and Nemetzell company. An important matter? And unrelated to my decision on Fandanwil, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. I'll not be here long, I promise, but you should really wait outside of the garden with the others. There's no place for idle exploration. No kidding. Just gonna run along the edge like this. Because I don't want to fight them on the rules. Nope. Not for me. It's pretty cool also to be going with a previous Asm. You spoke with Hermes then? And were briefly entangled by the denizens of the Hungering Gardens as well. I see. Or should I say I smell? I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I for one am impressed you with your fortitude. Well done, indeed. Now that you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, let's pray that things will soon take a turn for the better. As for as fascinating as it would be to meet Emmett Selk, who would recreate a Morod in the depths of the ocean, I think it's best for all concerned if the tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, assuming yours is not truly written in stone, a naive hope as it is. Hermes said that he would not be long, yes? We shall have to wait here until he emerges.
My apologies for keeping you waiting. I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Well, basically, I'm from the future. The world got shattered by some Final Days event.
The Final Days?
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter, on the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to Dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first Final Days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age. As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested.
But I feel it might be one of the other Mateons that I said.
If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Maybe they saw something that they weren't expecting, and that caused fear.
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm.
Oh?
I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
Meteon. What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
It hurts!
Yeah, something bad.
It hurts!
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared, so lonely. The pain, it's too much. Why do we? They hurt. This is wrong. All wrong.
She's gone? But how?
She has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so.
That's concerning.
I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
Of course. When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis.
Yeah, bud. I'm doing alright, thanks. How are you doing?
That will explain why you were able to hear her, when we could not.
Then you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Hindered though we may be, let us split up and search as well.
Ah, fair dues, fair dues. If you just saw that one with the eyes going black and then just like piecing out, there were others like her that sort of like went out to find like other planets with life to like report back and see how they lived, I suppose, or how they, what the meaning of life was for them. Like for the people that we're with at the moment, their whole thing is just ensuring the life of the planet. So they were trying to find out like how other races, I suppose, other species, cultures had meaning, I suppose. You calm your mind, your senses, question for any hint of Mateo's presence. And I'm assuming some of them were so lonely out there, like they've not found anything, maybe? And that has reflected a lot of negative emotion back. Because she's like, her whole thing is she can like communicate sort of telepathically, not telepathetically, telepathically with like emotions. So she's just been bombarded with a lot of loneliness, sadness, maybe even like anger at, you know, being sent out and essentially just being completely alone. Because they've essentially all just gone off in like different directions. That is quite rough. It seeps to my mind. Our voices. Important. No, Hermes mustn't hear them. We have to run, to hide. Ben's anguished voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Alright, we're getting close, we're getting close. Alas. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Thanks for popping in at the very least. I'm strained to catch even the faintest whisper. Not hear Mateo's voice. She must be elsewhere. Mateo, where are you? There's too many people to this Akasha already. The risk goes in you too. Greetings and salutations. Fencing report. No, can't tell them that. I must run. I'm far away. please don't follow me. You see, this is why you need to bring people up knowing that negative emotions and, well, I say negative emotions. Stuff like sadness, anger, it's all completely natural stuff. Oh, let's start playing now. Fair enough, fair enough. Tane's English voice, that's refers to your sense of climbing to the top of the ridge. Now, I probably have a very tainted view because stuff came out about Blizzard recently, and I don't want to support them, so I have a lot of like I have a lot of myself just against Blizzard at the moment. If they can turn it around, cool. I might consider going back, but yeah. But yeah, I hope it goes well for them. I hope the kid enjoys it. Man, Mateo can run far. Suspicious disturbance, eh? Going to catch it in the faintest whips. Nope, okay. Not here. I'll set myself there. Over here by this tree. I mean, I doubt Emmett South will be able to find that. Oh, how did it come to this? This is the reason we travel to the stars? We sort out other lifelines? Is it? Is this the answer? Oh, it cannot be. It cannot be. Voice drifts away to the south. He's running quite far and quite fast. Hold on. Must really suck to when you're that okay. Like, be sent out on a mission and just find literally nothing. Just absolutely nothing out there. It's like, what do you even do? Boundary fought for dissemination to Hermes and all people of Thyrus. Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answer to the question. Finalizing report. You must listen. Come on. Oh, it's all wrong. Any sign of Mateo? Panicked and confused, which will make it more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? The Matea are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them across any distance. I suspect something has happened which disrupted its usual harmony. How might we access this shared consciousness of theirs? much as you would approach any sentient being directly. In Matea's case, it means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Matean we just lost, we have no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters, no way to provide directions or guidance. And we had best set our musings aside and concentrate on how we might find her. What did you witness out there that frightened you so? What do you seek to keep us from it? Keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Correct me if I'm wrong, but Matea renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, could we not then disrupt her concealment with the surfeit of ether? How Emmett Selk solidified your presence when first we met you? It would be absurd. I can hardly channel ether to the recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. Which is why we must all work together. They will continue the search in the same manner as before, this time with you in tow. Once he ascertains Matean's likely location, we'll proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift, ethereal downpour. Very clever. And thankfully, she has made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leaf. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. And we have our plan. Damtadane and Selk will be our tracker and trapper respectively. The others predict who obstruct Matean's avenues of escape. Emmett Selk will keep an eye on each. Emmett Selk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to coordinate our efforts. Let's be about it. Well, it seems we are partners for the time being. Let's return to where we last saw Matean and pick up the trail from there. I'll keep myself in a state of preparedness to rain down ether at a moment's notice, meaning it falls to you to keep away clear. Alright, come on then, Emmett Selk. It's so weird to go buddy cop with Emmett Selk. Ooh. Waterholes. Right, I highly doubt it'll be right here. Yep, expected. Nothing was right, okay. Lead the way, so lead the way. Wait a second. Must be over this way then. Like over here. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Right, yes. Just have to hide then. No one can find me. There's anguish. Voice heads towards the water's edge. She went into the lake? This won't tiresome enough. Well, at least that open expanse should make her easier to find. I won't lose her this time. Why have you done this? I know why she's done it. I don't want us to hear the response. Discuss the water's edge. You'll be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks at the water's edge. You can think of dragging me over the falls. Final days on no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I'll feed you to her tomorrow. Alright. So we are actually going to need to go down. We found her. Her ethereal density. Not here. Here, please. Right there. Hello, Rocketry. Very well. What? Why can't I hide? There's no need to run, Mateo. What are you saying? Everything's so faint. Sorry, I'm not strong enough. Stay away, I'm begging you. I didn't mean to say they were breaking. It's for a poor fragile heart. We have a chance. The others are in position. The two of us can herd her into their midst. All right. Follow, understand, listen. Okay. As soon as we can. There we go, sorry. Greetings, Emmett Silk. This goes to the Neas. Is the Neas not in use? Seems to have been left at the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Mateo's essence. We move on. So, probably not this one, eh? Yeah. Oh, it was this one, okay. There, I see her. Please don't try and jump. You mentioned yourself you can't fly. I apologise if anyone just heard that. That is great. I really wish I got some more before people did that. Right, it won't be there because you're running over this way. Which means if there is a disturbance, it should be over this sort of direction. No? Alright. I guess we'll go back and try and interact with that one, because I have not spotted another one. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, it was that one. I stand connected.
Aha! Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Well, that's no way to inspire fear, either.
Please, Mission. We must speak.
It's not necessarily a matter of wanting to know, it's needing.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... Please protect them. Protect them all. Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable.
Oh, I think I know what started happening. She is actually quite strong to be able to prevent that. So basically, for anyone that hadn't seen it, because of this other force, which was called like Akasha, or I keep forgetting what they called it here, people like transforming into monsters, like things with lower ethereal density were turning into monsters, and I think that's what started happening to her, but she managed to like stop it and run away, and I think that might be what's about to happen here.
Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
They are all... dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter. Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteion?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteion finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteion, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage. Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question. No other intelligent life forms found.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteion back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteion. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What?
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteion, not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
Guessing it's flying away with her. Yeah.
You fool!
Right, so what we'll do is we'll end this quest and we'll come back to this next week, I guess. Why, Hermes? Not just leave well enough alone. These answers assuage the pain you feel when creation is returned to an ether. If you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, wait, had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have one day learned to be at peace upon this one. Right, what do we just do? Follow Wonder Stumble Listen. Yeah, so the next quest is literally where we, yeah, well, I'm going to pick this one up because it's actually fairly out of the way, and that should lead us, like, more of this way. As soon as we get to the stage where we're actually, like, trying to enter the dungeon, that's what we'll call it, just because we can just trust his way in. Hermes has headed to Catesis. Considering the expansive dimensions of that place, even we may have a difficult time locating his Zuko. All I can say is he's entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes may be thinking, Matean is a potential threat that needs to be brought under control. Convocation's duties to safeguard this star takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Then, something? It is clear we stand on a precipice. We have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Matean is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase. And even if neither Hermes nor Matean is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all counts. To Catesis Hyperborea we go. Oh, let's just teleport us like straight across over here. Yeah, we'll go like... Well, we'll go have a word with Vanna, and then we shall be calling it for today. Well, I'll say for today, we might be streaming again in the evening. I'm not actually fully decided on that yet. Probably not this, but, you know, streaming something in the evening. Maybe not, who knows. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catesis? This was for now. I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded, and Catesis was put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated that we evacuate immediately, and we have yet to investigate further. As Hermes is doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Thesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. And consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes, and we must enter the premises regardless. Okay, so I'm guessing one of these will be the tank. Well, sorry, one of these will be the tank role. I think she's like versatile, so she can swap between tank, healer, DPS. And then one of these two is like DPS slash. Well, actually, another one would need to be versatile. One said if Hermes is willing to enact such measures, what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path? That enfeebling spell in place. I don't like to be at our fighting best. I was hardly an effective combatant to begin with. I have little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. You've put that talent of yours to good use. You're fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, as I recall. Fairly skilled? They've gone and raised everyone's expectations. All need only to make the most of your strengths. I will fill the gaps as required. I was once SM, after all. It was my job to do the things which I accidentally clicked and skipped through. Right. I'll click clip, and then we'll go back and find out what was just missed. So then Vanna looks at me. There we go. I was once a Zen after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion. Be that as defender, aggressor, or healer. So yeah, she would be the versatile one. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emmett Selk, can you impress us with your arcane majesty? You lob potent spells as easy as breathing. You can also channel that power in a protective manner if you so choose, yes? But, well, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tail led us here, Sentinel. It is only right that you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we'll win. We win through to Hermes and Matteo. And then we will face the future together. Alright. This has a sort of look of the like etheric corruptions that we were having in Galmod. People that have like weird twisted spikes sticking out of them and stuff. But yeah, that will be it for us for now. I'm gonna see if Stan is live yet. Because they are playing Courtkeeper tonight. He is not, but I know that Shira is presently streaming, and I shall send you all over that way. He's playing Dark Souls 1, so I hope you enjoy that. I shall catch you later, folks. Bye now.